Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organ and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. For decades, Uranus and Neptune have been labeled as ice giant, described as swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But the new scientific breakthroughs are shattering that model. Recent research suggests that these distant worlds might be far rockier than anyone had imagined previously. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the ice giant illusion. We explore the latest thermal modeling and the planetary data that are forcing the astronomers to rewrite the textbooks. If Uranus and Neptune aren't just the balls of ice and gas, what does that mean for the history of our solar system and the thousands of exoplanets that we have discovered so far? Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back. For decades, when we look at the edge of our solar system, we saw two blue marbles, Uranus and Neptune. We have always called them the ice giants. Textbook taught us they were swirling mass of water, ammonia and methane. But what if that identity is just an illusion? Recent scientific breakthroughs are suggesting these worlds might be far rockier than we ever imagined. And in this shift, we are forced to rewrite the, very rules of the planetary science. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. There are three things that we need to reevaluate. First is, what is the core problem? Second, why reevaluate? And third is, why the sudden change? It comes down to thermal modeling and the gravity. When scientists released data from Voyager 2 alongside new models, the math didn't quite add up. If these planets were purely ice fluid, they should be emitting heat and reacting to gravity differently. To account for their specific gravity and heat signature, these planets must contain a much higher percentage of rock or methane-rich ice than the old model allowed. The new research suggests that instead of the small rocky core surrounded by massive oceans of ice, the rocky material might be distributed much more broadly, potentially making up to 20 to 40% of their total mass. We are talking about an enlarged rocky core and a dominant solid interior. This challenges the traditional view of these planets as gas dominated or primarily fluid dominated. In business, we often talk about strategic liberation and the global shift. This discovery is a strategic liberation for planetary science. It frees us from an old, potentially incorrect framework. Just as generative AI has flipped the pyramid in the tech industry, the rocky theory flipped our understanding of the planetary formation. If the Uranus and Neptune are rocky, then the new space race, which is already heating up around the moon's south pole, might eventually extend even further as we look into the valuable materials in the outer solar system. So as we look towards 2026 and beyond, The focus is shifting from just passing exams to a skill based revolution. In astronomy, that means moving beyond old labels and embracing the complex reality of our universe. Whether it is the direct collapse of a star or a rocky heart of an ice giant, we are living in an era of unprecedented discovery. So, friends, this is something that we have learned. Thanks for joining today on the Akulmach world. And if you found this deep dive into cosmos and strategic redefinition of the planet, and if you found this helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe our channel. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a few words about our affiliate partners. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's Hello friends, let me ask you, are you leading your business with the clarity needed for the modern market? In this video, we explore a powerful leadership lesson hidden in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 1, verse 14. By analyzing the imagery of Arjun and Madhav, which is Lord Krishna's another name, on their divine chariot, we uncover the ancient blueprint for the strategic alignment, decisive action and leadership focus. Just as the divine conch signaled readiness for the battle ahead, the CEOs and the business leaders today must ensure their team vision and strategy are perfectly aligned before making your next big move. Discover how integrating these timeless principles can help you and lead your organization with greater purpose and competitive edge. Let's go and explore this further. Welcome. If you are a CEO or a leader in the modern boardroom, you know that the greatest challenge isn't just having a vision, it is the execution. It is ensuring that every department, every manager, and every employee is pulling in the same direction at the exactly the same time. In the corporate world, we call this strategic alignment. But what if I told you that one of the most sophisticated blueprint for alignment was documented thousands of years ago, and therefore today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita's wisdom, specifically mentioned in chapter 1, verse 14. The verse read, "From Pandav camp, the Madhav and Arjun blew his divine conch from the glorious chariot drawn by the white horses." And uh, this is basically a glorious chariot drawn by the white horses. On the surface, this is a scene of the preparation for war, but for the modern executive, this is the masterclass in organizational readiness. Let's break down how this ancient signal translate into a high-stake modern business strategy. Let us deconstruct the words. You have the chariot, the white horses, and the divine conch. The chariot, which is your business model, the chariot represents the structural foundation of your organization. It must be glorious, meaning robust, well maintained, and built to handle the terrain of the competitive market. Next is the white horses, which is your strategic asset. Horses in Gita symbolizes the senses and energy driving the movement. For a CEO, these are your teams, your capital, and your technology. If your horses are not perfectly aligned, the chariot moves into circles that and therefore it will not go anywhere. Next is divine conch, the leadership, which is the leadership signal. This is the most crucial part. Before we blow this conch, which is the signal, it is what a movement of unified communication. So what Krishna is trying to tell you is that it is basically about the unified communication. So why do so many companies fail? It is rarely a lack of resource, it's a lack of alignment. As a CEO, your job is to blow the conch. You are the source of signal. If your signal, your vision is muffled or inconsistent, your horses will lose focus. Unified decision making definitely is important here. Like Arjun and Madhav, you need a partnership between the driver, which is the operation strategy, and the warrior, which is the market execution. And this will all basically all about readiness. The blowing of the conch signifies that the decision has been made and the organization is now in a state of readiness for execution. No more deliberations are required, no more doubts. The signals have been given. Friends, how do we apply this on Monday morning? Very good concept, but how do we actually implement it? First is audit your signals. Are you constantly pivoting, or is your conch blast clear enough for everybody to understand? If you have to repeat your vision daily, it means it hasn't been integrated into the teams yet. Ensure your white horse, which is the health or organizations, are your resources, your teams, and technology healthy and prepare for the intensity of the market. And aligned strategy fails if the asset pulling the chariot are exhausted or mismanaged. The feedback loop. In the Gita, the sound of the conch was meant to be heard across the entire field. Your internal communication must have every level of your organization from C suite to the front line. To conclude, chapter 1, verse 14 is not just description of the battlefield, it is a description of the leadership integrity. When leadership is aligned, the strategy is executed with divine precision. Your business is your chariot, your teams are your horses, your vision is the sound of your conch shell. When you blow the signal with absolute clarity, the market listens, and more importantly, your organization moves as one entity towards your ultimate goal. So, friends, this is a lesson from Bhagavad Gita. Thanks for joining this exploration of the ancient wisdom for the modern CEO. If you found this helpful, take a moment to look at how your own chariot is aligned today. So, friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Please do not hesitate to send across your opinion or any question you might have. See you in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to this high level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, a yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave, it's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now, let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. All right. Number two, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number three is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle's stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turn a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So, where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Venera and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts. And what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century we had no answers, but today in 2026 a team of researchers from Tokou University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case, and the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The search team and the research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles starts bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the process remains of billions of shooting stars. So, why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor, it is actively terraforming, or rather, Venus forming the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So, friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So, Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So, friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, are the entry level jobs actually disappearing? The traditional path from graduation to a starter job is undergoing a massive transformation as we speak. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into how the automation and AI are reshaping the entry level positions, what this means for youth unemployment, and how you can future proof your career in this shifting landscape. The job market is changing and the ladder looks totally different than it appeared 5 years ago. Whether you are a student or a recent graduate or looking to pivot your career, understanding these structural changes is very essential for your success. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have been on a job hunt lately, you know the feeling. You find a job description that says entry level. You get excited. You read the requirement, and it says bachelor degrees, 3 to 5 years of experience, proficiency in 4 different software suites, and proven track records of project management. You look at the entry level title and then you look at the list of demands, and the math just don't add up. It feels like a bad joke. But here is a reality, it's not just a bad hiring practice, it is a fundamental shift in the economy. Today, we are talking about the death of the traditional entry level job. We are going to look at why your first job seems to be disappearing, how AI and automations rules are rewriting the various employment rules. The most importantly, how you can actually get your foot in the door when the door seems to be locked from inside. So, friends, if you've reached so far, please let me know from which city or country you're watching us. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. For decades, the career ladder was simple. You graduate, you get an entry level job, you learn the ropes, and you move up. Companies viewed entry level workers as investment. They were willing to pay to train you because eventually you would become a mid level expert. But something changed. We have seen the hollowing out of the middle class, but we are now seeing the hollowing out of the beginning of the career itself. Why is this happening? There are three reasons. First, AI and automation. The task that used to be the training wheel of a job, data entry, basic research, scheduling, drafting simple emails, are now being done instantly by AI. The proficiency mandate is the second one. In an era of the high interest rate and pressure for short term profit, companies don't want to pay to train someone for 6 months. They want a plug and play employee who can hit the ground running on day one. Next is outsourcing. Why hire a junior in a high cost city when you can contract a task to a specialized agency or an overseas freelancer for a fraction of a cost? This leads us to the dreaded experience trap. You can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get experience without a job. This is creating a dangerous ripple effect. If companies stop hiring juniors, who is going to learn the skill to become the seniors of tomorrow? We are essentially creating a generation of workers who are being bypassed by automation before they even get a chance to show what they can do. But here is the critical part. This isn't just about bad hiring managers, it's a structural change. The market has shifted towards skill based hiring rather than role based hiring. Companies are becoming less interested in your degree or your job title, they are becoming obsessed with your specific demonstrable skills. So, if the traditional entry level ladder is broken, what do? You stop looking for a ladder and start looking for a web. You need to stop selling yourself as a candidate and start selling yourself as a problem solver. Here is how you win in this new environment. First, build yourself, don't apply. If you are designer, don't just send a resume, send a link to a website you redesigned. If you are in finance, don't just say you can analyze data. Publish an analysis of a real market trend. A portfolio is the new resume. Number two, AI fluency. You are competing with AI, so you need to be the person who directs the AI. If you can show an employer how to use a tool to do work of two people, you become most valuable hire in the room. Number three, the gig entry point. Sometimes the way into the full-time role is through a contract, a freelance project, or an internship. Don't turn your nose up at small work. It is the easiest way to prove you can do the job before they hire you permanently. I know this sounds daunting. It's scary to feel like the rules of the game changed, right? So, as you stepped into the field, but I want to offer you a different perspective. The gatekeeper are losing their power. The old world, you needed a manager to give you a job. Today, the tools to build, create, and launch are cheaper and more accessible than they were ever before in human history. You don't need an entry level job at a big corporation to prove your worth. You can prove your worth before you ever step into the office. That's the power. It's more work, yes, but it's more autonomy at the same time. The entry level jobs isn't dead, but the do nothing entry level job is actually over. Uh, and the one where you just show up and learn by osmosis is absolutely fading away. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to be architect of your own experience. Start the project, learn the software, build the portfolio. I put together a list of resources in the description below, including platforms where you can start finding these skills first and project to build your experience. So if you're feeling the pressure of the job hunt, you aren't alone. Drop the comment below. What is the craziest requirement you have seen in a job lately? Uh, in a job posting lately. Let's talk about it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Wish you all the best. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. Are you a CEO or a business leader constantly feeling the pressure of the quarterly results and market volatility? In this video, we explore the art of detached leadership, a transformative management philosophy derived from Bhagavad Gita. While the modern business culture glorifies the hustle and the outcome based obsession, the ancient wisdom of Gita offers a radical alternative, which is Nishkam Karma, the practice of performing your duty without being enslaved by the fruit of your action. Let us explore this thought further. We live in a culture that worships the outcome. As leaders, we are conditioned to believe that our value is tied directly to the quarterly report, the stock prices, or the successful exit. We are taught to be obsessed with the fruit of our labor. And, this is, true. But I want to ask you a question. What happens to your leadership and your mental clarity when you become so attached to the outcome that you lose sight of the strategy? Today, we are exploring a principle that is over 5,000 years old, and yet it is arguably the most necessary leadership hack for the 21st century. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 51. And this verse isn't about being disengaged, it's about becoming liberated. It is the act of detached leadership. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are watching this video. Now let's proceed further. Let's break down this actually means in business context. The verse tells us that the wise, those with yogic wisdom, decline the fruit of their actions. In the boardroom, the fruit is the ego driven need for the win, the fear of loss, or the frantic search for validation through results. When you are fixated on the fruit, your decision making becomes reactive. You start playing to avoid losing rather than playing to build excellence. Detachment is this context in this context is not about not caring. It's about disentangling your identity from the outcome. When you can perform your duty, your dharma, with excellence while accepting the final result is subject to market forces beyond your absolute control, you reach a state of equanimity. This is where the high level strategy lives. So, friends, how do we actually apply this? I call this the detached leadership framework, and it consists of three pillars. Pillar number one is radical presence. Most CEOs are living in future, in next quarter's projection. Verse 51 teaches us to focus entirely on the action being performed right now. If you are in a negotiation, be 100% in the negotiations. When you detach from the future outcome, your current execution becomes flawless. Pillar number two, the end of ego driven KPIs. When you are a leader, you can make mistake. Do you see it as a failure of your character or the piece of some data? Detached leader sees it as a data. By renouncing the emotional detachment to the result, you gain the ability to pivot faster than your competitor because you aren't held back by the fear of looking into what just happened, like you're looking like a failure. Pillar number three, sustaining the long term game. The cycle of suffering mentioned in the verse is the burnout cycle. You chase the goal, you win, you feel a brief high, then you feel the anxiety of the next goal. Detached leaders break the cycle by finding satisfaction in the pursuit of excellence itself, not just the trophy. Now, there is a dangerous misconception I have to address. People think detachment sounds like caring less. If I stop caring about the outcome, won't I lose my edge? The answer is, in fact, the opposite. When you are addicted to the outcome, you are operating from a place of fear. Fear leads to the short term thinking, cutting corners, and micromanagement. When you are detached, you operate from a place of freedom. You are free to make the bold, ethical, and necessary decisions that a fearful CEO would avoid. You aren't caring less, you are caring more about the integrity of your work than the temporary opinion of the market. So next time you walk into a meeting where the stakes feel sky high, I want you to remember chapter 2 verse 51. Do your duty, execute with everything you got, but hold the outcome lightly. True power isn't about controlling the world. True power is ability to lead, create, and build while remaining unshaken by whatever the result may be. That is the art of detached leadership, and that is how you find peace in the center of the storm. If this resonated with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. How do you separate your identity from your results? Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the timeless leadership. So, thanks for watching, friends. Thanks for joining me live. See you in the next one. Waiting for the right moment to scale or relying purely on passive delegation while your business stalls. In this video, we decode a timeless leadership blueprint from Bhagavad Gita to reveal why passive detachment and inaction will never build a market leader. We will discover why modern CEOs must master conscious execution, bridge the gap between vision and the operational momentum, and understand why sitting still is a silent killer of the enterprise growth. Namaskaram, friends, you're most welcome. You have built your company from scrap and you actually started a startup into a mid-market contender, or perhaps you have recently stepped into a C-suite of an established enterprise. You have been told that the hallmark of the true leader is detachment, of course. You were told to work on the business, not on the business. You were advised to step back, delegate everything, and let the system run themselves while you sit in your corner office gazing at the macro strategy from a distance. Sounds idyllic, right? Except for one glaring reality: your business is stalling, growth has flatlined, innovation has slowed down to a bureaucratic crawl, and your leadership team feels directionless. Why? Because you fell for the oldest trap in the corporate leadership, the myth of the passive inaction. You mistook detachment for strategy. You confuse sitting still on the sideline with being an enlightened executive. Today, we are going to look at why sitting still won't scale your business. And to do it, we are going to turn to an unexpected board advisor, a text written thousands of years ago on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Yes, friends, we are taking help from Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 3 and verse 4. Let us address the elephant in the room. Modern business culture is obsessed with romanticized image of the ultra detached CEO. We read profiles of founders who meditate for 4 hours a day, play golf on Tuesdays, and only check in with their team for a 10-minute sprint once a month. Now, don't get me wrong, systems, delegation, mental clarity are very critical. Without them, you become a micromanaging bottleneck. But there is a massive, dangerous chasm between strategic delegation and active abdication. Many leaders look at the pressure of scaling, which is market volatility, supply chain disruptions, talent retention, aggressive competitor, and experience is subtle, and it also lead to internal burnout. Their psychological response is definitely withdrawal. They mentally check out. They stop engaging deeply with product marketing team for fitment, customer pain points, or team morale under the guise of empowering them. They believe that by removing themselves from the friction of execution, they are achieving a higher plane of leadership. They think inaction makes them objective. They think standing still makes them stable. But in business, a stationary object in a fast moving current doesn't stay stable at all. It gets swept away, or worse, it creates a massive dam that chokes the entire organization flow. This brings us directly to the core of what Bhagavad Gita teaches us about leadership and execution. In chapter 3, verse 4 of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna delivers a profound truth to Arjun, a leader paralyzed by emotional and tactical weight of his duties. Krishna states, and the quote starts, "Not by abstaining from work does a man attain freedom from action, nor by renunciation alone does he attain supreme perfection." Let's translate this ancient wisdom into the language of the modern CEO. Bhagwan Krishna is addressing a fundamental human temptation, the desire to escape responsibility by retreating from action. Arjun wanted to drop his weapon, walk away from the battlefield, and live a life of a passive peace. He thought that by refusing to engage, he would avoid conflict and achieve a higher spiritual state. Bhagwan Krishna stops him dead in his track. He says, "You cannot set this out. Running away from your duty isn't enlightenment; it is evasion." In the context of our business, this verse shatters a major execution illusion. Many leaders think that if they avoid making hard choices, step back from operational grit, or ignoring the messy realities of market execution, they are somehow operating at a higher strategic altitude. The Bhagavad Gita warns us, abstination is not strategy. Renouncing your active role as primary driver of vision, culture, and accountability will not bring your business enlightenment or operational harmony. It brings stagnation. You cannot meditate delegate, or strategy board your way out of the core requirement of leadership. Conscious, direct, and purposeful engagement. Let's look at what actually happens when a CEO stay still. Why does inaction kills the scale itself? Number one, the culture rot begins at the top. The culture flows downward like water. If your team sees the CEO retreating into a bubble, avoiding tough operational friction, and remaining detached from the day to day reality of building products and serving customers, what message does that send? It signals that disengagement is acceptable. Soon your vice president start passing the buck, middle management becomes paralyzed, and accountability evaporates. Engagement breeds engagement, inaction breeds apathy. Number two, loss of the market intimacy. The market change at breakneck speed. Customer preference shifting overnight. If you are sitting in your ivory tower, relying entirely on a filtered report from your executive team, you lose your intuition. Scaling requires you to stay close to the pulse of the business. You must understand the friction. You must feel the market resistance. When you stop engaging with execution, you lose the ability to spot macro shifts before the competitors does. And number three is the execution gap widens. Every great vision fails without execution. Strategy without execution is just hallucination. When a CEO decides to step back entirely, believing their job is only to think and never to roll up their sleeves when the house is on fire, the execution gap widens. Projects drag on, momentum dies, and your company loses its competitive edge. As chapter 3, verse 4 reminds us, you cannot bypass the reality of work. You cannot achieve perfection or, in business terms, market dominance by renouncing your obligations to act. So, what is the alternative here? Does this mean you should micromanage every department, burn yourself out, and work 84 hours a week until you collapses? Absolutely not. That is the other extreme trap the Gita warns us against, the blind, exhausting, and unanchored toil. The solution lies in a concept known as the Gita. Gita promotes that as Karma Yoga, the yoga of action. From a CEO, this means mastering three shifts. Shift one, from passive detachment to conscious engagement. Don't disconnect from your business. Change how you connect. Engage with deep intentions, clarity, and purpose. Be present for the critical friction points where your leadership truly moves the needle. Shift 2, execution with purpose. Understand that your daily operational choices are a reflection of your leadership integrity. Lead by example. When your team sees you leaning into a complex challenge with focus and composure, it sets an unshakable standard across the organization. Shift 3, action without ego attachment. This is the true secret of scaling. Act decisively, build aggressively, and execute relentlessly, but do so without being paralyzed by the fear of failure or blinded by ego. Do the work because it is required to drive the mission forward. Your business cannot scale on autopilot while you wait for inspiration to strike from a distance. Sitting still is not a leadership strategy, it's a slow retreat. Remember the warning given in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 4. Neither avoid work nor empty renunciation will lead to success. True leadership mastery is found in the arena through active, mindful, and relentless execution. It's time to step off the sidelines, re-engage with your core mission, and lead your company into its next phase of growth. If this insight resonated with you, friends, hit that like button, subscribe for more deep dives into ancient wisdom for the modern executives, and let me know in the comments, where in your business are you currently sitting still when you need to be taking action? So I look forward to receiving your messages. Thanks for watching. Lead with purpose. And in the meantime, I will take a break only to revisit you very soon in the next video, my friends. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। क्या आप एक सीईओ या बिजनेस लीडर हैं और हर दिन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं? तो आप सही जगह पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और आपकी इस सिचुएशन का आंसर ढूंढने की कोशिश करेंगे। हम ये जानेंगे कि जो सीख मिलती है हमें भगवत गीता से, वो एक मंत्र युद्ध क्षेत्र में एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है, बल्कि हर एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए एक जीवन दर्शन है जो आपकी टीम का नेतृत्व में करने में सहायता करता है। चाहे जीत हो या हार, एक लीडर को अपनी निष्ठा, कर्म पर कैसे निगाह रखनी चाहिए, हम इस वीडियो में सीखेंगे और इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आजकल के दुनिया में, आजकल के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम ऐसी एक रेस में हैं जहां जीतना ही सब कुछ है, जीतना ही अनिवार्य है। एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप हर सुबह एक नई चुनौती, एक नए संकट और एक नए डर के साथ उठते हैं। क्या ये मर्जर काम आएगा? मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा? क्या मेरी टीम परफॉर्म करेगी? हम सब अक्सर एक तनाव में जीते हैं। अगर मैं हार गया तो क्या होगा? अगर ये डिसीजन गलत हो गया तो क्या होगा? लेकिन आज मैं आपके साथ बिजनेस का एक ऐसा सीक्रेट कोड शेयर करने वाला हूँ जो 5000 साल पहले महाभारत के रण क्षेत्र में दिया गया था। ये सिर्फ एक श्लोक ही नहीं, एक आधुनिक कॉर्पोरेट जगत का सबसे बड़ा रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल है। ध्यान से सुनिएगा। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2, श्लोक 37, चैप्टर 2, वर्स 37 की। और इस श्लोक आपको सिखाएगा कि कैसे विन विन माइंडसेट के साथ आप अपनी कंपनी और अपने जीवन को लीड कर सकते हैं। तो आइए पहले श्लोक को हम पढ़ लेते हैं। भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, एंड द कोट स्टार्ट्स, यदि तुम लड़ते हुए हार भी गए तो तुम्हें स्वर्ग मिलेगा। यानी आपको वो अनुभव और सीख मिलेगी जो आपको उच्च स्तर का लीडर बनाएंगे और आपको ऊंचाई पे ले जाएंगे। और यदि तुम जीत गए तो इस पृथ्वी पर सुख भोगोगे, यानी सफलता, प्रॉफिट एंड मार्केट लीडरशिप आपकी होगी। तो ये आपको बता रहा है कि दोनों ही सिचुएशन में विन विन है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप बताइए कमेंट करके कि किस सिटी से आप हमारे इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम सब ने इस वर्ष को सुना। जरा रुकिए और सोचिए, भगवान कृष्ण यहाँ अर्जुन से क्या कह रहे हैं? वो कह रहे हैं कि हारने का विकल्प ही खत्म कर दो। अर्जुन, कृष्ण के लिए हार जैसा कुछ है ही नहीं। अगर तुम हारते हो तो तुम कुछ सीखते हो, अगर तुम जीतते हो तो तुम कुछ हासिल करते हो। तो सीईओ के तौर पे क्या आपकी लाइफ में हार जैसी कोई चीज है या नहीं? अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल होता है तो आप एक लीडर के रूप में विकसित होते हैं, आप नई चीजें सीखते हैं, अपनी असफलता से आगे बढ़ते हैं। अगर सफल होते हैं तो आपकी कंपनी विकसित होती है। तो इस श्लोक में हम हमें अपनी कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ के को कैसे लागू करें, किस तरह से अपना माइंडसेट करें, इस चीज की हमें सीख दी गई है। तो इसमें मुख्य हमें क्या सीख मिल रही है? नंबर 1 इज डर का अंत। जब आप स्वीकार कर लेते हैं कि सीखना भी एक जीत है तो डर खत्म हो जाता है। एक सीईओ को जो डर में फैसला लेता है वो कभी बड़े रिस्क नहीं ले पाता। तो गीता आपको सिखाती है कि रिस्क लेना ही आपका धर्म है। नंबर 2, परिणाम से डिटैचमेंट। डिटैचमेंट जो आउटकम है, जो रिजल्ट है, उससे डिटैच हो जाइए आप। भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं कि यानी कि अगर आप लड़ना ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपको कोई परिणाम मिलेगा ही नहीं। तो आप लड़िए। अगर आप हारते हैं तो कुछ सीखते हैं, और अगर आप जीतते हैं तो आप डेफिनेटली सक्सेस पाते हैं। लेकिन हार जीत आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, तो क्यों उस बारे में सोचना? 100% आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होता। आपको अपना कर्म करना होता है, कर्तव्य करना होता है। लेकिन क्या हार मिलेगी, क्या जीत, इसका फैसला कोई नहीं कर सकता। इसका फैसला सिर्फ यूनिवर्स के हाथ में है, जो हमारे कंट्रोल से बाहर है। अब तीसरा होता है विन विन फॉर्मूला। आज की दुनिया में हम विन लॉस के बारे में सोचते हैं। मुझे जीतना है हर हालत में, सामने वाले को हारना है हर हालत में। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या ज्ञान देती है? विन विन का क्या मतलब है? अपनी ड्यूटी, मतलब अपना कर्म आपको पूरा करना है, अपनी पूरी क्षमता के साथ मैदान में उतरें, बाकी परिणाम अपने आप संभल जाएगा, अपने आप यूनिवर्स आपको दे देगा, आपके एक्शन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है वो। तो कल सुबह जब आप ऑफिस जाएं तो ये 3 चीजें अपने साथ लेके जाएं। मैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स की तरह आपको ये दे रहा हूं। पॉइंट नंबर 1, अपने हर प्रोजेक्ट को एक धर्म युद्ध की तरह देखें। यह आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। जब आप इसे जिम्मेदारी की तरह देखेंगे तो आप हारने से नहीं डरेंगे, आप सिर्फ अपनी ड्यूटी निभाने पर फोकस करेंगे। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 2, अपने फेलियर्स को हेवनली गेन के रूप में देखें। हर बड़ी कंपनी जो आज लीडर है, उसने सैकड़ों बार फेलियर का स्वाद चखा है। उन फेलियर्स को स्टार्टअप या लर्निंग की तरह देखा जाए। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 3, निर्णय लेने में देरी ना करें। श्लोक के अंत में भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं, उठो यानी एक्शन लो। एनालिसिस में फंसे रहोगे तो मैदान में कब उतरोगे? दोस्तों, एक सीईओ के रूप में सबसे बड़ी पूंजी आपकी मानसिक स्टेट ऑफ माइंड है, मानसिक स्थिरता है। अगर आप हार के डर से जकड़े हुए हैं तो आप कभी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों को हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज से अपनी डिक्शनरी में फेलियर शब्द को हटा दीजिए और आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आप जीतेंगे, हर हाल में जीतेंगे। और अपने जो थॉट प्रोसेस है उसको अपग्रेड करिए। तो इसमें भगवान बोलते हैं कि उठो, फाइट करो और जीतो। अगर आपको यह विन विन श्लोक का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है बिजनेस फील्ड में अगर पसंद आया है तो कमेंट करके ये लिखें कि मैं तैयार हूं और हाँ मैं तैयार हूं, ये कमेंट करके आप मेरे पास भेजें। और अगर आपको लगता है कि गीता का ज्ञान बिजनेस में उतारने के लिए आप और डिटेल चाहते हैं तो जरूर हमसे संपर्क करें। माय नेम इज सीके। जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरी सीख लेके आपके साथ। तब तक उठो, लड़ो और जीतो। धन्यवाद। In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Hello, friends. We have a very profound and very deep question to address today, and that is there a part of you that survives beyond the physical world or physical realm? In this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom offered by Bhagavad Gita and to explore the intersection of ancient Vedic philosophy and the modern conceptual science. While our bodies changes from infancy to old age, our sense of I remains constant. We explore why the Gita defines Brahman as the supreme, the indestructible entity, and how this transcendental energy operates outside the laws of decay. Let's go. Friends, every 7 years, virtually every cell in our body, in your body, my body, get replaced. Your skin, your blood, even the lining on the stomach. It's all new. And if you look at the photo of yourself from 10 years ago, you are looking at a collection of atoms that are the most part no longer belonging to you. And yet you feel like the same person. When you say, I am hungry or I am tired, who is this I? Who is this I talking? Is it the meat suit that made of carbon and water, or is it the driver inside? Today we are going to explore one of the most profound scientific and the spiritual intersection in history. We are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 3, to answer the ultimate question. That is, why are you not your body? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the middle of the literal and the metaphorical battlefield, the warrior Arjun asks about the nature of existence. Bhagwan Krishna responds with a verse that serves as a theory of everything for the souls. And the verse says, the quote starts, Brahman is the supreme, indestructible and transcendental living entity. The material nature of living entity is called Atma. And karma is the fruitive action that result in the material body of a living being. Quote close. Let's break this down like a scientist would, right? Let's look at the word Brahman, which is, in other words, is supreme entity. In physics, we talk about the laws of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Bhagavad Gita calls this Brahman. It is the fundamental stuff of the universe, which is indestructible, and also this is an indestructible observer. Number 2 is the nature of self, which is Atma or your soul. This is your software. It is the inherent nature of the living entity that remains constant even when the hardware, which is your body, changes. Number 3 is the karma, which is the mechanism. This is the kinetic force. It is the action that bridges the gap between the spiritual and the material world. And if you are not your body, then what are you? In science, we often struggle with the hard problem of consciousness. We can map the brain, we can see the neurons firing, but we cannot find you in the gray matter. Think of your body like a mobile phone. The phone has a screen, a battery and a circuit, but the signal, which is the data, the internet, the voice of on the other side, other end, doesn't live inside the wires. If you smash the phone, the signal doesn't die. It simply has no medium to manifest through. You're getting this point? I hope you're. Now, the Gita explains that Brahman is that the signal. It is a transcendental, meaning it exists on a frequency higher than the physical world. While the body is subject to entropy, which I hope you know is the second law of thermodynamics, where everything moves towards a disorder. The soul is described as the imperishable. It's a constant. Nothing can touch it. It is the only thing in the universe that doesn't rust or get destroyed. The verse says karma. Karma is the fruitive action that result in the material body. This is the revolutionary way to look at the biology. Usually we think our DNA is the sole architect of our lives. But Gita suggests a deeper layer. Karma is the work or the energy we generate through our desires and actions. Think of it as a cloud server. Your actions are thoughts and your Atma, which is your nature, are uploaded to the cosmic cloud. When your current device, which is your body, wears out, the data that karma determines the specifications of your next device, basically. So based on karma, you will get into a new body. I think this is common sense, right? So because of the theory of reincarnation. Now, it suggests that the life isn't a random accident of chemistry. It is a precise energy-driven transition. If you aren't a body having a spiritual experience, you are a spiritual energy field currently wearing a biological suit to interact with the physical world. Now in chapter 8, there are later explains that this consciousness has the power to travel because it is not bound by the weight of the matter. It is actually non-local also. In quantum physics, we see entanglement where particle affects each other across the vast distances instantly. The Gita suggests that your consciousness is the ultimate quantum particle. At the moment of death, the indestructible living entity carries its predetermined positions and its data to its next destination as easily as the wind carries a scent from its source. So this isn't just an ancient, sermon or mysticism. It is a description of high energy state of being. You are an eternal entity currently localized in a physical point in time, but your nature, which is Atma, is limitless. So why does this matter? When you realize you're not your body, the fear of the end vanishes. You stop being the broken screen and start identifying as an indestructible signal. As chapter 8 and verse 3 remind us, you are the Brahman, you are the supreme, you are the transcendental, and you are indestructible. The body is just just a story your karma is currently telling you. So walk through the world today knowing that you aren't the container, you are the light inside it. Well, I would like to know your opinion, and thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If this deep dive into Gita and science resonate with you, hit the subscribe button and share this with someone who needs to remember their eternal nature. And I look forward to receiving your messages as well. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the furnace of ancient India, where the sages were scientists and labs were temples of an inquiry, one name glows like a molten gold: Nagarjuna. Not the philosopher of Mahayan fame, but the metallurgist and alchemist whose experiments with mercury, iron, and transmutation blurred the line between mysticism and the material science. Legend places him in a Vidarbha and Satvahana dynasty, working in hidden labs, chasing immortality, while perfecting techniques that still echoes in modern metallurgy. In 2026, as nanotechnology, refined alloys, and imitation jewelry thrives on his ancient method, Nagarjuna's story reminds us that the quest to transform matter is timeless as human spirit itself. So let's find out more. In the annals of Indian science, Nagarjuna stands as a figure both enigmatic and luminous. While the name Nagarjuna is often associated with great Buddhist philosopher of 2nd century CE, another tradition celebrates him as a metallurgist and alchemist of medieval India. The Nagarjuna, remembered in text and oral tradition, was a master of rasayan, the ancient Indian science of alchemy. and a pioneer in the metallurgy whose contribution continues to echo into the 21st century. Born, according to some account, in Vidarbha and later associated with Satvahan dynasty, Nagarjuna is said to have established labs in South India. Archaeological evidence from Nagalwadi in Maharashtra suggests that he conducted experiment in metallurgy and chemistry, working with substances like iron, mercury, and his curiosity was not limited to metals. He sought an elixir of immortality, invisibility, and transformation, blending mystical aspiration with a rigorous experimentation. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, his most celebrated text is Rasa Ratnakar, is a compilation of chemical knowledge. In it, Nagarjuna discussed the acid, the metals, and the process of purification. He described a method for extracting gold, silver, tin, and copper, and even outlined the distillation techniques. These writings reveal a mind deeply engaged with the material world, yet always linking a chemical process to the spiritual purification. For Nagarjuna, the act of refining metal mirrored the refining or refinement of soul. Impurities must be removed, whether in the matter or in human character. One of his most intriguing contribution was gold shine mechanism. Through experiment, he discovered the ways to transmute the base metal into substance that resemble gold. While not true transmutation, this process produced a gold-like sheen technology that remarkably is still used today in the jewelry industry for imitation of ornament. Thus, a technique born in ancient labs continues to shape the modern aesthetics. Nagarjuna's influence extended beyond the metallurgy. He was also a physician, a yogi, contributing to Ayurveda through texts like Yoga Satak and the Jeev Sutra. His integration of chemistry with medicine enriched Indian medieval traditions, offering insight into the preparation of compound and the treatment. In this way, he embodied the interdisciplinary spirit, a scientist, a healer, a philosopher, rolled into one. In 2026, his legacy feels strikingly modern. His principle of articulated systematic experimentation, purification, and transformation resonate with the contemporary chemistry and the material science. His vision of linking matter and spirit anticipates today's holistic approach, where the science and philosophy are not seen as an opposite, but as a contemporary path of understanding. Moreover, his experiment in distillation and metallurgy remind us that India's scientific heritage is not peripheral, but central to the global history of science. Nagarjuna, the metallurgist, thus emerged as a bridge builder between philosophy and chemistry, between ancient aspiration and modern technologies. His labs may have been simple by today's standards, but his imagination was vast, reaching for the immortality and the cosmic truth, while the grounding itself in the practical art of working with the metals. In honoring him, we recognize not only as a pioneer of Indian alchemy, but also a timeless symbol of human curiosity, the drive to transform, to refine, and to discover. Nagarjuna's alchemy was more than a pursuit of gold. It was a pursuit of knowledge itself. In 2026, as we refine materials at nanoscale, explore new alloy for space exploration, we walk a path he helped to lay centuries ago, providing the fire of inquiry he kindled still that inquiry which he kindled that still actually burns within us in 2026. We have come to the end. Please like and subscribe this channel. Look forward for your comments. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. In this video, we explore the bold, uncompromising move by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose to step away from the Congress party and establish the forward bloc. Why did he break away? What was his vision for a radical nationalism? And how did this decision challenge the political status quo of the British India? Join us as we analyze the historical context of the Congress split, the ideological rift between Bose and party leadership, and the lasting impact of the forward bloc on the fight for the Indian independence. Let's go. The year was 1939. The world is on the brink of the Second Global War. But inside India, a different kind of war is brewing. A political struggle that could redefine the fight for independence. Most of us know Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose as a commander of the Azad Hind Fauj, a man of action, a man of war. But before he picked up the rifle, he picked up the pen and the podium, challenging the very establishment he helped build. Today we are talking about something which happened in 1940. We are going to deconstruct one of the most controversial and pivotal moment in the Indian freedom struggle, the split that birthed the forward bloc. Was it a betrayal of unity, or was it a necessary evolution for the revolution? So let's dive into the history of Netaji's rebellion. But friends, before that, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. That will help us determine the reach of our channel. To understand the birth of the forward bloc, we have to understand the breaking point. The year was 1939. The Indian National Congress was the undisputed face of the freedom movement. Subhash Chandra Bose ji had just been re-elected as the president of the Congress at Tripuri. But this victory was bitter. It was clear that Bose's ideology, which favored an immediate, armed, struggle and unyielding push for independence, was increasingly at the odds with the mainstream leadership, particularly the faction aligned with Mahatma Gandhi ji. Gandhi ji famously said, "Pata hai bhai, defeat is my defeat. Your defeat is my defeat." The pressure became very immense. The Congress was caught between two paths: the path of non-violent and the gradual constitutional change and the path for radical mass mobilized resistance. Bose realized that if he stayed, he would be a figurehead with no power to act. So he did the unthinkable. He resigned. Imagine the tension. The hero of the youth, the man who stood up to the British Empire with fire in his eyes, was now an outsider in his own political home. But Bose wasn't the type to walk away from the mission. He realized that if the Congress wasn't going to lead the radical charge, he would have to build a new platform to do it himself. And so on May 3rd, in the year 1939, Subhash Chandra Bose ji founded the Forward Bloc. At first, it wasn't a separate party, it was a faction within Congress. It was sort of a pressure group, but what it stands for, why the name was forward is a big question that we will tackle now. The name was deliberate. Bose wanted to move the country forward. He wasn't interested in slow negotiations. He was a socialist at heart, deeply influenced by the global anti colonial movement of the time. He believed that the only way to break the British hold on India was through mass mobilization. He wanted Congress to adopt a policy of uncompromising anti imperialism. He wanted the working class, the farmers, and the youth to be the engine of the revolution. To his critic, he was sort of a rebel. To his followers, he was realist. Bose understood that World War II was an opportunity. He knew the British Empire was overstretched. He saw that the chaos of war was the perfect opening for an Indian uprising. The Forward Bloc was built to capitalize on that opening. It wasn't just a political party, it was a call to arms for the Indian consciousness. This led us to 1940, the transition from a faction to a rebellion. While mainstream Congress leadership was hesitant, keeping one foot in the door of negotiations, Bose convinced the anti-compromising conference at Ramgarh in the March of 1940. This was a moment the bridge was completely broken. At Ramgarh, Bose didn't mince his words. He called for a massive nationwide civil disobedience movement. He declared that no compromise should be made with the British, especially while they were weakened by the war in Europe. While the Congress was organizing the individual satyagrah, Bose was organizing the masses for a total blockade of the British administration. This is why it is called the rebellion. Bose did just disagree with the method. He challenged the mandate of the Congress leadership. He challenged the status quo. He essentially said, if you are afraid to lead the people to total freedom, step aside. We will do it for you. It was a bold, dangerous, and incredibly lonely path, but it was exactly the kind of path Netaji was known for. So, looking back from 2026, why does this matter? Why does the story of 1940 forward block still resonate? Because the history is rarely a straight line. It's sometimes messy, conflicted, and intense struggle of ideas. The split between Congress and the forward bloc teaches us about the nature of leadership. It highlights the eternal struggle between patience and urgency. It reminds us that sometimes to stay true to your own principles, one has to be willing to stand alone. Netaji's forward block wasn't just a footnote in history, it was also a catalyst. It forced the mainstream movement to keep the pressure on. It gave a voice to the radicals who felt that the dream of independence was being stifled by the bureaucracy. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji left the Congress, but he never left the cause of India's freedom. The forward block was just one chapter in much larger, more legendary life of Netaji's. But it remains a fascinating study of conviction. It's a reminder that the political courage isn't just about winning An election, it's about defining what you stand for, even when everyone else tells you to fall in line. So, friends, what do you think? Was Netaji's decision to break away away the right move for India's freedom struggle, or would a united front have been more effective? Let me know your comments below. And friends, as you know, I read each and every comment that I receive from you. So if you learned something new about 1940 today, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into turning points of our history. Thanks for watching, and friends, I will see you very soon in the next one.
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behave as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alter the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out. We have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolves. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space-time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So, dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So, as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence, they are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space-time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision. They are becoming the voice of invisible, the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen. So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 17 जून है, 17 जून है और आज बुधवार का दिन है। तो आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का जो दिन होता है बहुत ही शुभ होता है गणेश पूजा के लिए। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश पूजा के साथ, और आप सभी हमारे साथ रिपीट करें। 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। बहुत ही साधारण सा सिंपल सा मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी खुश होते हैं। तो अगर आप अपना दिन, या आप बिजनेसमैन हैं या आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, तो अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले अपना जो प्रोफेशनल दिन है, इस मंत्र का जाप हर बुधवार को करें। ठीक है, तो चलिए आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान गणेश का ध्यान करते हैं और मेरे साथ जुड़िए, मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए ये मंत्र जो भगवान गणेश जी को समर्पित है। ओके, शुरू करते हैं। ओम गं गम गणपतये नमः। ओम 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 गणपतये नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। भगवान गणेश को हमने आज अपना पूजा समर्पित की और आशा करते हैं आप भी हमारे साथ इसको रिपीट करेंगे। 11 दफ़ा ही करना है, बहुत साधारण सा एक मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी शुभ लाभ देते हैं। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार।
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है, और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष, या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है, जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है, कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है, और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा,
तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और भावनात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं, तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे, और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। सो ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार।
For decades, the Indian nuclear sector was a forbidden fortress. It was state-run, shielded from private players, and largely close to the global capital. But in 2025, everything changed. The Atomic Energy Commission (AEC) just cleared a policy that effectively ends the nuclear isolation era by allowing up to 49% foreign direct investment, also known as FDI, in small modular reactor (SMRs). India has fired, starting a pistol for a multi-billion-dollar race. Why now? Well, the world is hungry for carbon-free base load power, and India has world's most ambitious energy roadmap. We aren't just talking about a few power plants. We're talking about a $200 billion shift. Today, we are breaking down the global investor from the US, France, and Russia are suddenly lining up at the India's door. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk technology. Traditional nuclear plants are like massive cruise ships. They take 15 years to build and cost 10 billion or more. If one thing goes wrong, the whole project stalls. Small modular reactors, or the SMRs, are the speedboats and speedboats of the nuclear world. These are the reactors that produce between 77 megawatts and 300 megawatts of power. They are built in factories on the assembly lines and shipped to the site. India has introduced its own version, the Bharat Small Reactor, which is acronym for BSR. Why investors love them? They offer lower entry price. Instead of risking $10 billion, a private company can partner with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India to build a modular unit for a fraction of the cost. So it has speed of delivery. Definitely, you can actually go from groundbreaking to grid connected in about 5 years. For an investor, faster construction means a faster return on investment. The real magic happened in the boardroom. The Indian government passed the Shanti Act of 2025. This wasn't just another law. It was a legal bridge. Before this, foreign companies were terrified of Indian civil liability laws. If there was an accident, the supplier could be sued into bankruptcy. The new policy provider, in fact, clears a framework for risk sharing between Indian state and the foreign investor. By allowing 49% FDI, India is saying, we want your tech and we want your cash, but we will keep the keys to the security of the facility. Therefore, the balance of 51% will be state controlled and 49% will be private investment. And that is why this is a sweet spot, and that has a global giant like Holtec International, GE, Hitachi dusting off their blueprints for Indian soil. The investment isn't just about technology, it's about demand. Indian economy is booming, and definitely it's also growing by leaps and bounds, and the rest of the world can only dream of at that kind of speed India is moving forward. We are building gigafactories for EVs, massive data centers for AI, and huge green hydrogen hubs. All these things have one thing in common: India needs 24 by 7 power. Solar and wind are great, but they don't work when the sun goes down and the wind stops, right? So SMRs are being pitched as the captive power sources. Imagine massive steel plants in Odisha or a tech park in Bengaluru having its own dedicated SMR right next door. Investors see this industrial demand as the guaranteed revenue stream. It is not just selling power to the grid, it is powering the future of the global manufacturing. Now let's talk about the long game. India has the world's largest reserve of thorium, believe it or not. The traditional reactors runs on uranium, which India has to import. But thorium, we have enough of it in our beaches to power the country for centuries. And what is the catch here? There's always a catch, right? You cannot just put thorium in a standard reactor. You need a breeder process. So SMRs are perfect test bed for this. By inviting FDIs into SMRs, India is accelerating its three-stage nuclear program. The global investors provide capital today for uranium-based SMRs are essentially helping build the infrastructure that will eventually run on thorium. It's a transition that could make India the OPEC of the 22nd century. So why are the global investors eyeing India at this point in time? It is a perfect storm of the clear policy, which is based on FDI, proven demand, which is the industrial growth, and the futuristic tech, which is based on thorium. India's goal is to hit 100 gigawatt of nuclear power by 2047. It's a massive mountain to climb, but for the first time, India isn't climbing it alone. With global capital and private innovation now in the mix, the atomic age of India hasn't just arrived. It is actually going to get onto overdrive. So friends, what do you think? Is opening nuclear power to foreign investment is a master stroke for energy independence or a risky move? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into the tech and policy that is shaping India's future. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In an age when the heavens were still clogged in myth and the earth was thought to stand still, Aryabhat dared to imagine a universe in motion. Born in 476 CE, he became the architect of cosmic revolution, weaving mathematics and astronomy into a vision that defied centuries of belief. With Aryabhatiya, he revealed that the earth spin upon its axis, that the eclipse are not divine omens but predictable shadow, and that the numbers 0 above all holds the key to infinity. So let's find out more. In the twilight of Gupta age, when the India was crucible of intellectual ferment, Aryabhat emerged as a voice that dared to redefine the cosmos. Born in 476 CE, he composed Aryabhatiya, a compact yet profound treatise that stitched together mathematics, astronomy, philosophy into a single tapestry of knowledge. His vision was not confined to numbers and stars. It was a declaration that human thought could reach beyond tradition and touch the infinite. Aryabhat's contributions were revolutionary. He proposed that Earth rotates on its axis, explaining the apparent movement of heavens, a concept that would not be widely accepted in Europe until Copernicus, nearly a millennium later. He calculated the length of the solar year with remarkable precision, devised method for predicting eclipse, and introduced trigonometric function that remain foundational to mathematics even today. His place value system and the use of zero were not mere abstractions. They became the very essential upon which the modern computation rests. But Aryabhat was more than a mathematician or an astronomer. He was a philosopher of science, insisting that the observation or calculation and the reason must be guide to understanding. And in doing so, he embodied a spirit of inquiry that resonates powerfully in 2026 as humanity stands at the threshold of interplanetary exploration, grappling with the artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and the climate modeling. Aryabhat's legacy reminds us that the bold ideas often precede the tool to prove them, and his heliocentric learning and his leaning towards that were not validated by telescope but by courage, the courage to imagine a universe larger than the prevailing dogma. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, in 2026, his impact is felt in multiple dimensions. The algorithm that drives AI echoes his mathematical ingenuity, and the orbital mechanics guided spacecraft trace their lineage to his astronomical insight. His insistence on precision and systematic thinking mirror the demand of modern data science. And his philosophical courage, questioning orthodoxy, embracing uncertainty, offer a model for navigating the ethical dilemmas of AI, biotechnology, and planetary journey. So beyond science, Aryabhat's story is, of course, is like a cultural beacon. In an era when the decolonizing knowledge is a global imperative, his work reclaimed India's place in the history of ideas. It challenges the narrative that the scientific revolution were born solely in Europe, remind us that innovation has always been a shared human endeavor.
For a young learner in 2026, Aryabhat is not just a figure of past but a symbol of possibility. Proof that imagination can bend the arc of history. Looking ahead, we will definitely find his legacy inspiring and vision of science as both rigorous and humane. Just as Aryabhat's calculation seeded centuries of progress, our own innovation must serve not only the exploration but also equity. His work whispers across the time that the rotation of the earth is not just a cosmic fact but a metaphor of continuity, and that knowledge is like a planet itself, must keep turning, renewing and expanding. Thus the Aryabhat contribution are not a relic of antiquity. They are living principles, and in 2026 and beyond, as we chart course to Mars, harness AI, and confront planetary crisis, his voice reminds us that science is a journey of courage, precision, and imagination. His heliocentric vision was a revolution of the perspective, and the challenge is now it is to carry that revolution. It is a challenge of the new generation of 2026, and definitely to go beyond the star or find the future in interplanetary journey, and of course venture into the unknown. So this is what we want to share about Aryabhat and his contribution. We look forward. What you think about Aryabhat's vision, and you should also understand that Aryabhat's vision was not bounded by the centuries in which he lived. It was a spark that continued to illuminate the corridors of the science. His calculations of planetary motion and his embrace of zero, and his insistence on reason over ritual, so were more than intellectual feats, and they were also act of courage that reshaped humanity's understanding of the cosmos. So in 2026, as we decode genomes and harness the artificial intelligence and prepare to step into the other words, Aryabhat's legacy remind us that the progress begins with the perspective. And and definitely his revolutionary ideas were more of a thought, and our must be one of the imagination. We should work on our imagination. We should work on the ethics, and we should be very brave to go for an exploration. So the earth still spin as he foretold, and with its spin the wheel of discovery, Aryabhat's voice echoes across the time, and that the universe is vast, the truth is measurable, and that the generation must find the courage to look up, calculate their dreams. So we have come to the end of this discussion. We look forward for your comments on this discussion, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward to see you again. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and ATR work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number 2 is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number 3 is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board, they can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Gyani and the process of karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle. The yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high-stake diplomatic mission to Washington DC. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US Capitol on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight. following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington DC. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18%, while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee. They are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, while DC talks are happening. Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agrawal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India-UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India-New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey. But where is it actually going? Is there a finish line? Or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomer noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the Great Attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. They will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second, very high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the Earth. The solar system as we know it will be done. But the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming and the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. Let me ask you, are you constantly chasing the next quarterly result at the expense of long-term sustainable growth? If yes, then you have reached the right place. Because in this video, we dive deep into this profound question and we will take help from Bhagavad Gita, a timeless piece of wisdom that offers a radical strategy for the modern CEO. This verse, which we are going to discuss today, is going to change your perspective and inculcate your buddhi yoga as a competitive advantage. Let's go and explore this further. Friends, if you are a CEO, a founder, or a leader, you know the feeling. It is the late Sunday night email check. It's the anxiety before the quarterly earning call. It is the constant gaining pressure to hit the next milestone, to land the next client, to inflate the valuation of another 10%. We call this ambition, we call it growth, but if we are being honest with ourselves, often it is just a form of a fear. We are living in an era of hyper acceleration. The market demands results and it demands them now. But here is the paradox that most leaders ignore. The more you obsess over the result, the fruit of your action, the more likely you are to compromise the very strategy required to achieve it. Today, we are going to look at the piece of the ancient wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 49, that offers a counterintuitive, radical strategy for modern leadership. It's a guide to longevity, sanity, and ultimately better performance. So, friends, if you have reached so far, Please let me know the name of your city or a country from where you are, tuned in and watching this video. All right, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse, chapter 2, verse 49, and the quote start. Choose to act on the basis of disciplined intelligence rather than desire for enjoyment. Only the miserly cling to the fruit of action, O conqueror of wealth. And the quote close. So I want you to focus on the phrase, only the miserly cling to the fruit of action. In the corporate world, we usually think of a miser as someone who, hoard money. But here is the Gita that is pointing to a psychological state. When you are miser in business, you are holding the outcome in your mind. You are so attached to the bonus, stock prices, or the public perception of success that you become terrified of any action that might threaten that result. So when you become attached to the fruit, the result you stop being effective as a strategist. You become reactionary. You start making short-term decisions that hurt the long-term health of the organization just to hit a quarterly target. You are no longer leading, you are gambling. So what is the alternative? The verse offers a solution, which is buddhi yoga or disciplined intelligence. The disciplined intelligence is the ability to decouple your identity from the outcome. It's not about being indifferent. It's not about saying, I don't care if the company fails. It's exactly the opposite. It is the ability to throw 100% of your energy, your passion, your talent into the work itself, into the product design, the team culture, the client relationship, while remaining mentally detached from whether the specific quarterly number hits the target or not. Well, why? Because you are detached from the fruit. You are free to make the right decisions, not the safe decisions. Imagine you are the CEO, you have two options. Cut R&D funding to boost the quarter's profits, or maintain R&D to ensure product remains market leading for the next 5 years. So if you are a miserly clinging to the fruits of action, you will cut R&D every single time. You choose the short-term sugar rush for better quarterly report. If you possess disciplined intelligence, you look at the strategy objectively. You do what the business require for the long haul and you stay on the course. This is not just a philosophy, this is the competitive advantage. When you act without attachment to the results, you lower your cholesterol levels, you reduce your anxiety that leads to burnout. You create psychological safety, not for your teams because you aren't lashing out with things don't go according to the perfect linear plan. In a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world that we call the VUCA environment, the CEO is unattached to outcome is the most dangerous person in the room. Why? Because they are the only one who can see reality as it is, not as they need it to be satisfy their ego. So when you stop chasing the result, you ironically start producing better ones. Think about the greatest leader in history. They weren't focused on the applause. They were focused on the mission. They were focused on dharma, the duty of the role. When you focus on the quality of your input, the output becomes naturally a byproduct, not a source of the stress. So, friends, how do you apply this? How do you move from miserly CEO to conqueror CEO? First, there are a few things you must do, starting with goal audit. Look at your current KPI. Ask yourself, am I pursuing this because it's fundamentally vital for our mission? Or because I'm afraid of how the board or the market will judge me if I miss it? Second, embrace the process orientation. In your next leadership meeting, stop talking about the quarterly target for 5 minutes. Talk about the quality of the current process. Is your team working with integrity? Is your product solving, is solving a real life problem? If the process is excellent, the result will follow. If the process is broken, no amount of chasing will save you or your company. Now, third, practice radical acceptance. When a result is not what you wanted, practice pausing. Detach from for a moment. Analyze what went wrong in the strategy, not just the frustration of the outcome. This is how you develop the disciplined intelligence that is mentioned in chapter 2, verse 49. The CEO longevity is not about surviving the quarter, it's about building a legacy that survives the decade. The Gita reminds us to be a conqueror, not a miser. Conquer is the urge to trade your long-term vision for short-term gain. Conquer the fear of unknown by anchoring yourself in disciplined intelligence. Stop chasing results. Start perfecting your actions. So, friends, if you found this breakdown helpful, share it with your colleagues who is feeling the weight of the quarterly grind. And remember, true leadership isn't found in the fruit you harvest. It's found in the seed you plant with intelligence and integrity. Thanks for watching. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Is your ambition actually clouding your strategic vision? In the modern C suite hustle culture, this is often the default, but true sustainable growth requires a different kind of strength. While this may sound like philosophy, it is the ultimate executive mindset hack for navigating high stake business environment. Today we explore how practicing detached ambition help leaders strip away the noise, ego driven decisions and stress of external validation to find the absolute clarity. Let's go. How many of you had a night where you couldn't sleep because your mind was racing with spreadsheets, potential failures, or the desperate need to make this quarter the biggest one yet? You are a leader, you are a normal leader, you're supposed to be in control. You believe that your grip on the business, every process, every detail, every outcome is the only thing keeping the ship from sinking. But what if I told you that your grip is actually the very thing that is slowing your growth? Welcome to the paradox of leadership. We are told that to succeed, we must possess, we must accumulate, and we must force outcomes. But today, we are looking at a different model of high performance leadership, one rooted in ancient wisdom that is arguably more relevant for today's C suite than any other modern management book or framework. We're diving into chapter 2, verse 55 of Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts: when one is in a divine consciousness, one gives up all desires arising from the mind and finds satisfaction in the self alone. And the quote close. I know it sounds like a monk's vow, but not a business strategy. Let's stay with me. Let us proceed further and let's decode this. This is a secret to detached ambition. And by the end of this video, you will see why letting go might be the most aggressive growth strategy you have ever implemented. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let us continue with our breakdown. Let's talk about the hero CEO syndrome. We live in a world that praises the founder who works 100 hours a week. We celebrate the leader who is in the weeds, making every single decisions. But what happens, when you are as a leader become a bottleneck? When you are obsessively attached to the outcome, when you need the deal to close, when you need the stock to hit a certain price to feel good about yourself, your decision making become extremely compromised. When you have a need, a burning, desperate desire, you act from fear. You become risk averse. You stop innovating because you're too afraid of losing what you have already built. You stop listening to your team because you are too busy proving your own brilliance. In this state of mind, as the Gita calls it, which is full of noise, it's craving validation, it's fearing judgment, and it is calculating the probability of failure. And when your mind is filled with that kind of a noise, you cannot see the market clearly, you cannot see your team clearly. So, what does the Gita actually means when it says to give up desires arising from the mind? Does it mean you should stop caring about the profit? Should you stop wanting to grow your business? Absolutely not. This isn't a call to apathy, it's a call to clarity. The desire arising from the mind are ego based desires. The need for external validation, the need to be the smartest person in the room, the need for the company to succeed so that you look good. When you detach from the ego driven outcome, you aren't quitting the game. You are finally playing it without the emotional baggage that makes you sloppy. Think about an athlete in the zone. If tennis player is thinking about trophy, the press, the money during the match, they miss the ball. They have to let go of the desires for the win to actually perform the action necessary to win. In business, equivalent is this: be fully committed to the work, the strategy, and the values, but be detached from the anxiety of the result. And here is a paradox: when you stop being desperate for the outcome, you actually become better at achieving it. Why? There are a few reasons. First, you gain strategic perspective. When you aren't paralyzed by the fear of losing, you make bolder decisions. You can look at the failing project and cut it without personal shame. You can pivot faster because your identity isn't tied to the original plan. Second, you create an empowered culture. When you stop micromanaging, you stop signaling that you don't trust your team. When you lead from a place of inner satisfaction, knowing you are enough regardless of the Q3 numbers, you become a calm leader. And in a chaotic market, a calm leader is the most valuable asset in the company. Third, you find sustainable energy. Burnout comes from chasing some sort of result. It is the constant treadmill of needing more, being more, having more. When you find satisfaction in the self, a stable sense of worth independent of your P and L statement, you stop burning the candle at the both ends. You lead with endurance, not just spikes of frantic energy. So, friends, how do you actually apply this on a Monday morning? There are few things I would like to suggest, starting with the outcome audit. That is the first one. Before your next high stake meeting, ask yourself: am I attached to this outcome because it is what the best for the business, or because I'm afraid of what people will think if I fail? Identify the fear and name it. That alone takes away its power. Number two, focus on the process, not the outcome. Shift your internal metrics. Don't wake up thinking about the stock price or the quarterly target. Wake up thinking about the quality of your leadership decisions and the culture you are building. You control the process, the market determines the outcome. Focus on what you control. And number three, lastly, the stillness practice. Every day, take 10 minutes, no phone, no email, no team, just you. This isn't just about relaxing, it's about reconnecting with a sense of self that is separate from your title. If you can be satisfied in the silence, you will be the unstoppable in the boardroom. Leadership is not about how tightly you hold the reins, it's about how clearly you see the path. So, when you let go of the ego driven desires, you don't shrink, you actually expand. You become the kind of leader who can weather any storm because your foundation is built on something that can't be shaken by a market downturn or a bad press cycle. You find satisfaction in the self, and from that place, you lead your team, your company, and your industry with vision that is sharper, bolder, and more effective than ever before. So let go of the need and you will finally gain the power. So, friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. If you want to dive deeper into how to integrate these principles into your daily executive routine, hit the subscribe button and check the link in the description for my newsletter. Let's lead from a place of strength, not noise. And, friends, have a nice week ahead. I will see you in the next one. Bye for now.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one pager, product mock-ups and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility, and anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratized creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, For a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design it is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. in an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced the trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic. Into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. So this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this. All of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. Have you ever felt a strange hesitation about a job offer that looks perfect on the paper? We are diving into the card today to reveal the hidden vibrations behind your new professional contract and whether it truly aligns with your sole purpose. True career prosperity starts with signing a contract, right? That matches your highest frequency, not just your bank balance. Now, we are going beyond the fine print or to uncover the secret workplace dynamics and karmic alignment waiting for you behind the scene. So join today as we interpret the intuitive sign that guarantee your next move is a spiritual success, not a setback. So let's find out more about this. So, in the fast-paced professional world of 2026, decisions are often made under pressure. Contracts slide across the desk, digital agreements flashes on screen, and the expectation is to sign quickly and to commit to move forward. Yet, beneath the surface of deadlines and negotiations lies a quieter force, that is intuition. So it is the subtle voice that whisper caution, the instinct that urges us to pause a little, the inner compass that has been actually there through years of experience. So professional intuitions is not a guesswork, and it is an accumulation of patterns observed and lesson learned and the signal observed again over time. When we talk about 2026, when we are witnessing artificial intelligence analyzing data and algorithm predicting outcome, intuitions remain the uniquely human skill that bridges logic with the living experience. It is a sense that something in a deal feels off when it feels off, and even when the numbers look perfect. And it is awareness that the partnership may not be aligned with the deeper value, even if the proposal shines with the opportunity. So friends, if you have reached this far, please do inform us from which city you are tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with this interesting topic. So listening to intuition begins with the slowing down, So don't be in hush. The culture of immediate, you have to do something immediate or instant, actually replies and rapid approval can actually drown out the subtle cues that intuition provides. So professionals who thrive today are those who create space for reflection. They step back from the contract, breathe and ask, Does this feel right? That pause is not a weakness, it is wisdom. So, in practice, intuition often manifests as a physical signals. Tightening in the chest, a restless energy, a sudden unease. Those are not random sensations, but a body's way of signaling misalignment. Neuroscience in 2026 has shown that the gut brain connection plays a powerful role in decision making. The gut feeling is not a mystical, it is a nervous system processes complex information faster than conscious thought. So ignoring it can lead to regret. So consider the stories of leaders who trusted their instinct. A CEO who declined a merger despite glowing forecast later discovered the hidden liabilities. An artist who walked away from a lucrative contract sensed creativity suffocation and instead found freedom in independence. A young professional who hesitated before signing a job offer actually realized that the company's culture clashes with their values. So in each case, intuition was the unseen safeguard. Yet intuition is not infallible. It must be balanced with the analysis. The art of judgment, in 2026 lies in integrating data with instinct. Professional consult reports, run simulations, and then often listen inwardly. When both align and confidence is strong, when they diverge, and intuition often points to the questions that data has not yet answered. So this is how things work when we actually merge intuitions and analysis. The phrase "don't sign yet" is a reminder that contracts are not just a legal document, but they are also commitment of energies, time, identity. Signing without listening to intuition actually lead to risk entanglement in a path that drain rather than empower. So, in contrast, honoring intuition leads to choices that resonate with authenticity and the long-term vision. In 2026, as world grow more complex, intuitions become more valuable. It is the skill that cannot be automated, the wisdom that emerges from human experience, and to listen it, to respect the quiet intelligence within. So that is one thing which is very much required. To act on it is to actually honor the professional self that knows when to move forward and when to wait and when to quit. So when the next contract appears glowing on your table or slide across the polished desk, remember, pause, breathe, and listen. So numbers may speak loudly, but the intuition speaks truly. And sometimes the most powerful decision is the one not yet signed, So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel. And also, I'm looking forward for your comment on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
Hello friends, there is a very big question that we want to address today, and this is about aviation and more specifically about Boeing. Is Boeing finally cleared for takeoff? In this video, we dive deep into Boeing's high-stake gamble to reclaim its status as the world-leading plane maker, with the CEO Kelly Ortberg joining President Trump's 2026 delegation to Beijing, a massive 500 jet order for the 737 MAX is on the table. We break down how the Trump-China connection could be the ultimate catalyst for Boeing's recovery. Let's go. Welcome to the pivotal moment in aviation history. As of May 2026, the industry is watching one flight more closely than any other. And it isn't the commercial route, it is the diplomatic mission to Beijing. For the very first time in years, Boeing is standing at the center of a massive geopolitical reset. We are currently seeing a bipartisan US Senate delegation urging Chinese officials to finalize a deal that has been years in the making. And what are the stakes? The staggering order of approximately 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. This isn't just about selling planes, it's about the art of the deal in action. President Trump's planned summit with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th is widely seen as the make or break moment for Boeing's recovery. Since trade tensions flared in 2018, Boeing has been effectively locked out of the world's fastest growing aviation market, while its rival Airbus expanding its footprint significantly. Now, with Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg traveling as part of the US delegation, the company is betting that the trade diplomacy can unlock a market that historically accounted for nearly a quarter of its annual 737 deliveries. For Boeing, this is more than a sale, it is the restoration of its status as America's largest exporter. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. But a deal only matters if you can deliver the planes. While the diplomat talk in Beijing, engineers in Renton and Avert are working toward, against the clock. 2026 is officially the year of certification for Boeing. The company has finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel for its most troubled program. After years of delay, Boeing has confirmed that 737-7 variant, which is -7, and the high capacity 737-10 are on track for FAA certification later this year. The MAX 10 in particular is the heavy hitter. With every 1400 orders from major carriers like United and Delta, it is Boeing's primary weapon against the Airbus 321 XLR. The certification in 2026 means first delivery can finally begin in 2027. To get there, Boeing is conducting exhaustive system safety assessment, some over 15,000 pages long, to prove that every single system from hydraulics to flight control meet the highest safety standards ever set. And it is not just the narrow bodies. The massive 777-9 is also making progress to final flight test, with its entry into service now firmly targets for 2027. For the first time in decades, Boeing's roadmap for its new fleet is clear, even if it remains fragile. Stability is the new North Star at Boeing. After the FAA lifted the production cap in late 2025, Boeing entered 2026 with green light to ramp up. The numbers are ambitious. The goal is to move from 737 production towards 47 aircrafts per month this year, with plans to hit 52 per month in 2027. On the wide-body side, the 787 Dreamliner is aiming for a steady rate of 10 aircraft per month by end of the year. But the CEO Kelly Ortberg has been very clear. Boeing will not sacrifice quality for speed. The company is now using 6 FFA agreed key performance indicators, which is in short KPIs, to monitor every step of the assembly line. This is designed to eliminate travel work and practice of finishing tasks out of sequence, which has been a major source of quality issue in the past. Investors are taking notice of this as well. Boeing stock saw a jump of 7% earlier this year as analysts moved to outperform ratings, buoyed by the prospects of sustainable positive free cash flow for first time since the max crisis that began. The backlog has now grown to record $695 billion, providing a massive cushion for the year ahead. So as we look at the remainder of 2026, the Boeing comeback isn't just about one company. It's a bellwether for American industrial strength. The strategy is a three-pronged attack. First, diplomatic leverage. Using the Trump's administration's trade focus to secure a 500 jet mega deal in China. Number 2, regulatory rigor. Clearing the final hurdle for the MAX 10 and 777X to restore airlines' confidence. And number 3 is operational excellence. Moving from crisis management to steady quality first production cadence. There are still challenges. Supply chain bottleneck remains, and China is increasingly pushing its own domestic aircraft like Akulmach C919. Furthermore, the insider activity remains cautious, and the company still carries a heavy debt load from its crisis years. However, the narrative has shifted slightly. In 2024 and 2025, the question was, can Boeing survive? In 2026, however, the question is, how fast can Boeing lead? With the May summit in Beijing, the aerospace giant is making its most aggressive move in decades to reclaim its crown. If Kelly Oudberg and President Trump can land the China deal, the comeback flight will be more than just a headline. It will be a reality. So friends, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the future of flight. Keep your eyes on the sky and the headlines over the coming weeks. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to send it across. Now, before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. In today's volatile business landscape, even the most successful CEO often find themselves navigating a joyless market, a reality defined by a constant change and the temporary gains. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, and we will try and extract the actionable leadership lessons for the modern executive. We will learn why the most resilient leaders are those who ground their strategy in a deeper purpose rather than just the fluctuating bottom lines. Let's go. We live in a world of endless performance metrics, quarterly earnings, and constant digital noise. As a CEO or as a senior leader, you are likely to, must have felt it. That nagging sense of joylessness. Even when you hit your targets, there is a recurring feeling of emptiness, as if the goalpost keeps moving ahead and the victory feels temporary. What if I told you that this specific problem, this feeling of temporary, joyless, and volatile market, was analyzed in detail over 7,000 years ago? Today we are looking at chapter 9, verse 33 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that speaks directly to the nature of our work and offer a profound strategy for leadership that transcends the typical corporate burnout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the core of the verse, and the verse start. The Brahmins, kings, and devotees are thus more, predisposed to worshipping me in this temporary and joyless world. And the quote close. It sounds heavy, doesn't it? Temporary and joyless. Let's translate that into modern business terms now. Temporary represents our current market conditions. It refers to the volatility of the stocks, disruption of AI, and the ever-changing consumer trends. It is a reminder that no business position is permanent. Next is joyless. Isn't being sad, it's being lack of intrinsic fulfillment in a transactional environment. If your business model relies solely on the external metrics, you are playing a game that by its very nature cannot offer lasting fulfillment. The verse mentioned three groups, which is Brahmins, which in other terms you can consider as thinker or visionary. Next is kings, which could be leaders or executives, and lastly devotees, which is the seeker. It suggests that these individuals have predispositions towards a higher path. As a leader, you are a king in your own sphere. The lessons here is that you cannot lead effectively if you are as volatile as the market you operate in. If your joy is tied to the stock price, you are a servant to the stock price. If your joy is tied to the market share, you are servant to the competitors. The Gita teaches that the most effective leaders maintain their internal compass, regardless of the external joyless nature of the environment. You stop managing for the sake of transactions and you start managing for the sake of purpose. So how do we apply this in the C-suite, on everyday working day mornings, like Monday morning, for example? Detach from the temporary. That is point number one. And how this will work? Acknowledge that the market is cyclic. Don't build your identity or your company culture on the high or low. Build on why. Next is cultivate inner sovereignty. You are the king. Don't abdicate your mindset to the news cycle. Create a mental space that is non-negotiable, a space for deep thoughts and that the chaos of the office cannot penetrate. Third, lead with higher purpose. The verse suggests that by connecting your actions to a higher intent, we move out of the joyless cycle. When your team sees that you aren't just chasing revenue but serving a greater mission, the joy returns to the work. It becomes meaningful. The market is and will always be temporary, but your influence as a leader doesn't have to be. When you recognize the joyless nature of pure transactional business, you are finally free to inject it with something more. You stop being a slave to the cycle and start becoming the architect of the culture that thrives in spite of the chaos. Leadership in its highest form is the ability to stay grounded while everything else is in motion. And that is the important lessons that we learn from chapter 9, verse 33. So, friends, if this resonates with you, I invite you to reflect on one thing that you have done this week that feels transactional. And if you cannot shift it today to a higher purpose, also let me know. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern C suite. And I will see you again very soon in the next one. Before I part in this video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Let me ask you, is the safe haven of the past becoming a liability today? In this episode, we are breaking down why the gold, traditionally the go to asset for wealth preservation, is failing to deliver in 2026. From the impact of high interest rates and the king dollar to why investors are pivoting towards AI tech and alternative growth assets. We analyze the shifting global markets and the landscape. Let's go and discuss this further. For centuries, we have been told the same story. When the world goes into crisis, buy gold. It is the ultimate safe haven, the safest investment that you can have. The king of investments. Your parents did it, your grandparents did it, and perhaps you have done it too. But as we sit here in 2026, the data is telling us a very different, uncomfortable story. The crown is tarnishing and very rapidly. The safe haven is becoming a dead investment. Today, we aren't just talking about the gold prices, we are dissecting the death of an outdated financial paradigm. If you are still parking your wealth in physical gold, expecting it to protect you, you might be missing the greatest wealth creation cycle of your lifetime. Let's dive in. But before that, if you have reached so far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. So, Why do I call it a dead investment? Let's talk about the mechanics of the wealth. First, the opportunity cost. In the world of high finance, your money should be working for you. Gold is a non yielding asset. It doesn't pay dividend. It doesn't generate interest. It doesn't disrupt an industry. It just sit there like a dead investment. In a high interest rate environment, which we have navigated significantly through 2025 and 2026, capital has a cost. When you can put your money into assets that are fueled by the massive technological shifts we are seeing, like AI revolution, infrastructure, or even energy production, the opportunity cost of holding the stagnant metal becomes a massive mistake. The world has changed. Gold was the hedge for the world of paper currency and their geopolitical borders. Today, we are in a digital, algorithmic, borderless economy. When the king dollar is strong, gold struggles. And right now, despite the global volatility, we are seeing a decoupling. The old rule, crisis equal gold rally, is breaking apart. The algorithms are trading faster than humans can react, and they aren't reaching for physical bars, they are reaching for the growth. If gold is no longer the king, then what is the king now? Right now, the king of investment is the adaptability. The smart money is moving towards assets that are scalable. Unlike gold, which is finite and heavy, the digital economy scales infinitely. Number two is productive. Tech and AI are changing the industry, creating efficiencies and generating actual revenue streams. Number three is the algorithmic. We are living in an era where the data is the only oil. If your investment strategy is stuck in the 20th century, you are essentially betting against the trajectory of human innovation. Gold is a store value maybe, but it is not a creator of the wealth. In 2026, you cannot afford to just store your wealth, you have to deploy it. We often cling to the gold because of fear. We fear the collapse, we fear the unknown. But holding on to a dead asset out of fear is not the same as having a strategy of equanimity. True equanimity in business is the ability to look at the market, see the reality where the world is heading, and let go of what no longer serves the mission. So, if your portfolio is heavy in gold, ask yourself, is it there because it is the best strategy for growth, or is it there because you are afraid of the future? Now, let me explain in very, very simple terms. See, what happens is when the we know all that the gold is a dead investment. It does not add any value to our life. Unlike other metals like steel or copper, they are used. They are useful for us. Gold is not useful. It cannot be used in any other way. So it's because it's a inert metal. You cannot make alloys out of it. So it's something which is quite expensive, quite heavy, but it is not very useful for humans or our industries. So what people do, because it is expensive, a lot of people actually buy, thinking that sometime in future they will sell and recover that money. Now, the only premise here, only assumption here for investment is that somebody has to buy it. So, like if you in future you want to sell it, somebody has to buy it, right? Uh, and that buyer will be thinking in the same manner what you were doing 10 years back. That if I buy gold today, 20 years from now I will still become very rich, right? So that is the economy of gold. People, it does not grow, it is not invested, it is not useful, but people store money because it is quite heavy, it occupies less space, and therefore you can buy it, and then it keeps in the price keeps going up simply because of the buyer sentiment, as I explained to you. Now, let's look at 2025 and 2026. What has happened? Major shakeups. A lot of geopolitics has happened in these last 2 years, and because of that, the currency dollar, played a major role. And since all other country measure their economy pegged with dollar directly. So if something goes wrong with the dollar, economy of America goes up and down, it in fact impacts the world all around. So sometimes dollar crash, there is inflation, it impacts the entire world because all other currencies are linked to dollar, that we know, right? Now if the dollar is doing badly, then what we have to do to improve the economy. What America will do, first of all, they will hedge their risk on all other countries. So it is very simple for them because everybody in the world is using dollars, so all their risk is transferred to all other country, rest of the world. Second, what they will do, let's say in India, so if the Indian economy start to slip after the US has done the hedging and transferred some of their recession to India, because India being a large country, let's say India also start feeling the pain of slight recession. So what the central bank in India will do, central bank in India will actually ease the loans. They will reduce the loans so that there is more currency in the market and people start buying cheaper loans, etc., etc. Now in the US there will be a opposite of that will happen, because the as the economy, or like we are seeing in 2026, as the economy is under a lot of stress, the Fed don't want to basically do the same thing what the RBI in India has done, because Indian economy is growing rapidly. It is actually growing between 7 to 8% every year. So there is a lot of opportunity in India. But in US, the decision of the Fed, which is the central controlling agency or a central bank in the US, they will do a totally opposite action as compared to RBI. They will actually increase the Fed rate. That means loan taking in US will become slightly more difficult. Why they want to do that? Because they want to cool down the economy. There is a lot of recession, and if there is a lot of money also, the money can multiply the recession. So they want to cool down the economy, so they will improve uh, the rates. So what will happen? Somebody is having gold. Now that investor will see that, okay, the American bonds and American products are giving better returns, so they have to transfer their investment from gold to government bonds, etc. So when that happens, obviously, because the bonds are giving much better returns as compared to gold. So this is exactly what is going on right now, because of the economy, because of AI, because of lot of technological and algo based trading. The gold is actually not growing so much, and the investors are putting money where the growth is, and that is why a lot of gold is actually losing the price, because ultimately gold price will be determined by the buyer sentiment. And if the buyers are putting their money in government, they are not buying the gold, that means the seller or the prospective seller will have nowhere to go. All right, so I've explained this in a very simple terms. So what we should do, I'm not telling you to sell everything tomorrow. I'm telling you to audit your, thinking, your philosophy, audit your allocation. If gold makes up a massive portion of your portfolio, realize that you're betting on stagnation. Pivot to productivity. Look for sectors that are benefiting from AI and energy shifts. Educate yourself. The market of 2026 is unrecognizable compared to 2020 even. So, friends, this is why the gold is not going to improve as far as I can think of, because AI investments are gaining every day. The space tech is gaining, and therefore gold may not be very useful for investment going forward. So, friends, if you found this analysis helpful, and if you're ready to stop investing like people used to do in 1999, start investing like in 2026, make sure you hit the subscribe button. You're just getting started with this journey of merging ancient strategy with a modern high growth tech. I'm CK, and I will see you again in the next one very soon. Bye for now.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्याय प्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों की, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे।
जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेरशाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेरशाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार। A new eye is about to open upon the universe, an eye so wide it will sweep the heavens like no telescope before. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is not just about any other machine. It is a cartographer of the cosmos poised to chart 1 lakh unseen world and the rogue wanderers that drift starless through the dark. With mirror that rivals Hubble and the field of view 100 times greater, Roman will transform the night sky into a living atlas. Each planet a pin of possibility, each rogue world a story untold. This is not merely a science, it is exploration on the scale that redefines imagination. Romans gaze still stitch together galaxies, measure the invisible hand of dark energies, and reveal that universe is not sparse but teeming, restless, alive. And its sweep, humanity will find not only few planets, but new questions, new frontiers, and perhaps new homes. So let's find out more. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is poised to become one of the NASA's most ambitious instruments, a sentinel designed to widen humanity's cosmic horizon. Unlike telescopes that focus narrowly on a distinct galaxies or nearby stars, Roman's mission is panoramic and to sweep the sky with unprecedented breadth and cataloging world that drift untethered planets and orbit sun far beyond our reach. This is a wide view which allows astronomers to detect up to 1 lakh new planets, a staggering expansion of known cosmic sensors. Among these will be rogue world, planets that wander the galaxies without a parent star, drifting like celestial nomads through the dark. Each discovery will not only add to the tally of the world but also deepens the mystery of planetary formation, migration, and survival in the vastness of space. Roman's design is marriage of precision and scale. Equipped with a 2.4-meter mirror comparable to Hubble's but paired with the advanced detector, It can capture image covering areas of sky 100 times larger than Hubble's field of view. This means the entire star field, galactical cluster, and planetary nurseries will be revealed in a detail and offering astronomer a tapestry of cosmic evolution. Beyond planet, Roman will probe the dark energies that accelerate the universe expansion, map our understanding of cosmic history. Yet, its planetary catalogue may prove the most transformative, a reminder that the universe is not sparse but teeming with the world, each potential stage of chemistry, climate, and perhaps even life. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. In essence, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope is not just a machine, it is a promise that night sky hold far more than we have yet imagined, and that with each sweep of its gaze, humanity will step closer to answering the timeless question. What is that? Are we alone? Or are we one among countless travelers in universe of the world? So Roman is more than a machine, it is a storyteller of cosmos. Each discovery will be verse in the grand narratives of creation, migration, and survival, that again reminding us that the universe is not a silent void but a living expanse teeming with the with world. So its mission is both scientific and poetic. To measure the invisible force of dark energy, to map galaxies like constellations of history, and to show us that the night sky is richer than our imagination dares. As Roman prepare to open its gaze, it carries with it the hope that somewhere among these countless worlds lies the answer of our most enduring question. So, in a sweep of Roman's vision, the universe will no longer be a distant mystery, but a vast, untold atlas of world. Each one a reminder that the cosmos is alive, infinite, and waiting to be known. So, we have come to the end of this live streaming on this interesting topic. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज 1 जुलाई है और आज बुधवार है, और आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का दिन जो है वो गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, जिससे हमारा जो दिन है वो हमेशा मंगलमय रहे। तो हर रोज की तरह हम गणेश जी का ध्यान करेंगे और मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करेंगे। और हर रोज की तरह मैं ये काउंटर यूज करूंगा। देखिए मेरे पास काउंटर है। आप कैसे भी ये मंत्र का उच्चारण कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मन में गिन के भी कर सकते हैं या माला का भी उपयोग कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और हम इस मंत्र का उच्चारण अब शुरू करेंगे। ओम गणेशाय नमः। तो मंत्र का उच्चारण ऐसे करेंगे, ओम गम गणपते नमः। दोबारा रिपीट करता हूं, ओम गम गणपते नमः। तो चलिए हम अब इसका उच्चारण करते हैं, 11 दफा करेंगे, ध्यान रखिएगा। ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 तो हमने आज अपनी पूजा की है गणेश भगवान की, आज उनका दिन है। और चलिए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं, हम अपने जो दूसरे कार्य हैं वो स्टार्ट करते हैं। आपका भी दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो, इसी कामना के साथ मैं इस वीडियो को बंद करता हूँ। मिलता हूँ जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में।
Before, laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky. India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science, and seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these the sages remind us that science is not only about the technology but about vision, and their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonate with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kaph, as a governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms, that underlying the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical. But it is mainstream, and Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted that physician embody compassion, humility, and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains human-centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals, and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric cucum, and neems as a directin gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base, and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bio-prospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention, and ethics, plus with ecological harmony, speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not control, but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument, labs, but also about vision, nutrition, and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype, and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators, and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design, it is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। आज है शुक्रवार, जुलाई 24। तो अब हम लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करेंगे, अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे। और ऐसा हम क्यों करेंगे? क्योंकि हमारा दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ हम लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करेंगे। बहुत छोटा सा एक मंत्र है, उसको 11 दफा हम उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ इस चीज का रिसाइटेशन करें, आपका भी दिन अच्छा बीतेगा, भली भांति बीतेगा, शुभ रहेगा। तो मैं रिसाइटेशन स्टार्ट करने से पहले आपको ये मंत्र बता देता हूं। ये है श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। दोबारा रिपीट करता हूं, ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं
श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हर रोज की तरह हम एक काउंटर यूज करते हैं, हम इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं, हमें सिर्फ 11 दफा करना है। आप भी तैयार हो जाइए और हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए और हम अपना अब रिसाइटेशन स्टार्ट करते हैं। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और मैं आपसे अब अनुमति चाहता हूँ। आपका दिन शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ आप विदा लेते हैं और जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार। Ever wondered why you possesses a specific personality trait, strength, and struggles that defines you? In this video, we dive into the profound wisdom as guided by Bhagavad Gita. There are several shlok, but we will actually examine one of the shlok which unveils the source code of human existence, explaining that every quality we see in humanity, from intelligence, knowledge, and courage to fear, sorrow, and even infamy, originates from a single divine source. By exploring this ancient perspective, you will gain a new understanding of the nature of the universe and your place within the grand designs. We break down the complex list of qualities mentioned in the verse and discuss how realizing their origin can help you cultivate inner peace, equanimity, and self-awareness in your daily life. Let's go. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, why am I this way? Why do you feel intense joy one day and profound sorrow the very next day? Why do you have the courage to face a challenge yet feel paralyzed by a sudden, irrational fear? We often think our personality is just a random collection of habits and experience. But what if there was a blueprint? What if the entire spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, the brilliance and the failures, wasn't just you, but a reflection of the very nature of the universe? Today we are decoding one of the most profound verses in the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, verse 5. It is quite literally the source code of human existence. So in chapter 10, Bhagwan Krishna is revealing his vibhuti, his divine manifestation. He is explaining that he is not just a distant force, but the active underlying reality behind everything we perceive. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts: intelligence, knowledge, clarity of thoughts, forgiveness, truthfulness, sense control, mind control, joy, sorrow, birth, death, fear, courage, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. These diverse qualities of living beings are created by me alone. And the quote close. So when you look at this list, you'll see a paradox. Most spiritual teaching tells you to seek joy and avoid sorrow. But here Bhagwan Krishna says both come from the same source. This is a massive shift in perspective. It suggests that your entire emotional and psychological landscape is not an accident. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break this down. Bhagwan Krishna lists 20 qualities. Think of these as the primary color of the human consciousness. The intellectual cluster. Let's start with this. The intelligence, knowledge, clarity. These are the tools we use to navigate the material world. Next is the moral cluster, which is forgiveness, truthfulness, non-violence. These are the traits of stabilized society. Next is the emotional duality cluster. This is the most fascinating part. Joy and sorrow, birth and death, fear and courage, fame and infamy. We would, why would the divine claim to be the source of infamy or fear? This is the crux of the hidden blueprint. The universe is a playground of duality. You cannot understand the concept of courage if you have never experienced fear. You cannot appreciate joy without the contrast of sorrow. By acknowledging that all these states arise from the same divine source, you stop labeling your emotions as good or bad. Instead, you begin to see them as weather patterns of the soul. They are transient state that passes through the framework of your being. So, how do we, use this? If you are having a bad day, if you are feeling sorrow, fear, or lack of contentment, don't panic. According to this verse, those feelings are not wrong. They are part of the spectrum of the human experience, and that is allowed to exist as well. The secret is to move from being the experiencer to the observer. When you realize that your intelligence and your fear both come from the same ultimate source, you create a gap. In that gap, you find peace. You stop fighting your own mind. You start accepting the full, vibrant, and messy spectrum of the human life as it is, rather than how you wish to wear it, right? Now, this is the ultimate form of mind control, not suppressing the emotion, but recognizing its source. You're not just your thoughts, and you're not just your emotions. You are the canvas upon which these 20 qualities are painted. Understanding this blueprint changes how you interact with the world. You become more forgiving because you understand that everyone else is also playing out these same qualities. You become more equanimous because you now know that every high and every low is just a part of a grand design. And friends, I want you to think about the quality from that list today. Just one of them, maybe one you have been struggling with. How does your perspective changes if you see it in not as a flaw, but as a thread in the blueprint of your existence? So do let me know if you have any questions. We can discuss this further as well on one-on-one basis. All right, friends. So we have come to the end. Before I close this live stream, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Is India finally ready to break its dependence on the expensive energy import? In order to answer this very profound question, we will actually discuss about a massive move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Union Cabinet has officially greenlit a huge project which is worth 37,500 crore, and this project includes coal gasification scheme. This ambitious project aims to transform India's vast coal reserves into cleaner synthetic gas, chemicals, and fuels, potentially saving the economy billions in import bills. Let us discuss this further. India is at the crossroads. We are one of the world's fastest growing economies, but there has been a massive hole in our pocket. Every year we spend billions, literally trillions of rupees to import energy. We were talking about LNG, urea, methanol, etc. But what if I told you that the solution isn't coming from overseas? It's already here, buried right under our feet. On May 13th, 2026, Union Cabinet chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi dropped a bombshell, a 37,500 crore incentive scheme for coal gasification. This isn't just a subsidy, it's a high stake bet to turn our black gold into clean usable gas. Is this the masterstroke that finally end our reliance on foreign fuels? Or is it a billion-dollar gamble on a controversial technology? Today we are going to break down the 37,500 crore deal, which is about coal gasification. All right, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. Let's look at the numbers. India holds one of the world's largest coal reserves, roughly 401 billion tons. Yet we are the world's biggest importers of energy. We import over 50% of our liquefied natural gas. We import nearly 90% of methanol and ammonia. We are 100% dependent on import for that today. This makes us vulnerable. When global prices spikes because of a war in the Middle East or supply chain issue in Europe, India pays the price at the petrol pump and at the grocery stores. The government message is very clear. We have the coal. Why are we buying the gas? To understand the bet, you have to understand the tech. The coal gasification is not burning coal. It is traditional power plant. You burn coal to create heat. In gasification, you heat coal in a controlled low oxygen environment with steam. Instead of smoke, this chemical reaction creates something called syngas, which is short of synthetic gas, a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Why is syngas better? Because it is versatile. You can turn it into electricity. You can, also chemicals like methanol and ammonia for fertilizers. Synthetic natural gas, can replace LNG. Hydrogen for the future of clean transport. So what does this new scheme actually do? The government is putting its money where its mouth is. This 37,500 crore fund is designed to de-risk these massive projects. And here is a deal. The government will provide financial incentive to up to 20% of the cost of the plant and machinery. It is capped at 5,000 crore for a single project to ensure no one company hogs the whole fund. And what is the goal here? To gasify 100 million tons of coal by 2030. The government expects this scheme to trigger a massive rupees 2.5 to rupees 3 lakh crore in total investment from the private and public sector. Companies like Coal India, BHEL, and GAIL are already lining up. This isn't just about energy, it's about food security and forex saving. Think about urea. India's agriculture depends on the urea. Urea requires ammonia, which we currently import. By making ammonia from domestic coal, we insulate our farmers from the global price shocks and the forex factor. In 2025 alone, our import bill for these products was a staggering 2.77 lakh crores. If you can cut even a quarter of that, it is a massive win for the Indian rupee. Plus, this scheme is technology agnostic, meaning it encourages indigenous Indian technology, reducing our reliance on foreign contractors. Now, let's address the elephant in the room: the environment. Is coal, ever truly clean? Technically, coal gasification is cleaner than burning coal. It allows for easier capture of CO2 and removes pollutant like sulfur before the gas is used. However, it is still a fossil fuel. Critics argue that the overall carbon footprint is still significant unless we add carbon capture and storage (CCS) technology. But for India, this is a bridge technology. It's like for some temporary measures. We can switch to 100% solar overnight without risking blackouts. Gasification allows us to use our existing coal more efficiently while we build our renewable grid. The 37,500 crore is a massive bet. If it works, India could save billions, create thousands of jobs, and finally stop being at the mercy of the global oil and gas market. The target is 2030, 100 million tons. One giant leap for Indian energy, and therefore, friends, this is very, very significant. And I like to know what you think. Is coal gasification right? A bridge to a cleaner future, or should we have put this 37,000 crore directly into solar and wind? Do let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like this video if you found this helpful, and subscribe for more deep dives into Indian economy, India's future. And friends, if you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to send your questions as well. I will see you in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, Can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace.
In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today what their reality actually looks like, they won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24 by 7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive, and essential goal for the modern executive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6, and it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't that the problem go away. It is that your union with the pain of those problems is severed. This is the state where the leader knows there is nothing greater left to achieve. It is about retirement. It's about reaching a level of internal mastery that makes external chaos irrelevant. The verse continues to explain that in this state, the practitioner is not perturbed by anything come what may. Think about the last crisis you faced. Did you react or did you respond? Well, reaction is emotional. It is driven by the fear of loss. Response is intellectual. It is driven by the samadhi, by clarity. For a CEO, being unperturbed is a superpower. Imagine a boardroom where everyone is losing their head because of the quarterly mess. The leader who has mastered Gita 6.23 sit in the center of the storm. They aren't cold or indifferent. They are simply not shaken. Because they have attained an internal samadhi, their decision making remains clinical, creative, and objective. While others are blinded by the misery, the samadhi led executive sees the path forward. This is the difference between a leader who survives and leader who resigns. Now the Gita is very, very practical. It doesn't say the state happens by accident. It says the state is achieved only by practicing yoga with determination and optimism. So there are several Sanskrit words related to determinism, and the mind does not become despondent. So we will move on. We will not try and read those Sanskrit words in this verse. For an executive, determination means the discipline of the routine. It's the daily meditation, the deep work, the refusal to let the inbox dictate your soul, etc. What is optimism? Optimism is even more critical. In business, things go wrong, projects fail, partnerships soars. If your mind becomes despondent, if you lose your optimism, your leadership dies. The Gita tells us that samadhi isn't a gift for the lucky one. It's a result of the disciplined mind. It's a practice. You have to train your brain to return to center every single day, just as you would train your body in the gym. Now let's talk about the bottom line. Where should a CEO care about the ancient Sanskrit verses? First is cognitive longevity. Stress kills creativity and samadhi preserves it. Next, talent retention. People follow unperturbed leaders, they don't follow the panicked ones. Third, risk management. When you are free from misery, you don't make desperate, high risk gambles to save your ego. You make calculated moves to grow the vision. In the past, we thought the goal of an executive was more market, more share, more revenue, more accolades. But the Gita suggests that the new executive goal is actually enough. When you reach a state where you know there is nothing greater left to achieve, internally you paradoxically become more effective at achieving things externally. You are no longer hungry and desperate. You are focused and formidable. So, as we close this lesson from chapter 6, verse 23, I leave you with a challenge. Look at your calendar for the next week. How much of it is, dedicated to the union with misery, the firefighting, the stressing and reacting, and how much is dedicated to severance, the practice of finding your center. The corner office was never meant to be a cage of anxiety. It was meant to be a seat of wisdom. Practice with determination, lead with optimism, and find the state of samadhi where, come what may, you remain the master of your own soul. Thanks for listening, friends. If you have any question or any suggestions, kindly send us a message in the message section below. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further. For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long, long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the technosignature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached the fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker. These signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we have just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman Telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing signal fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone? anymore. The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.